Good morning. Just trying to get the Discord channel up. All right, there we go. Andy's back. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. What's up, dude? If anything, rhetoric will prevent him from getting elected. What's up, Bob? Feeling all right. Yeah. Morning, street meat. Nervous here around 5,600, as you should be. You're glowing today? Well, thank you. It also looks like Biden may be stepping down as the candidate. Does it, or did he just get COVID? Like I realize the Dems are trying to build a narrative around getting him the fuck out of there because their donors are probably pissed that he's got a fairly severe amount of age-related cognitive degeneration. But it doesn't mean he's gonna. Are you still bearish on Google? I mean, I took profits on it already. But I guess it'd be cool if it kept dropping. TSM's capacity is maxed out for a couple years. Is this the same as 100% growth in the AI sector forever? No, that's just how long it's going to take them to make the H100s. We suppose the Bulls didn't try to rip it overnight? They did. They just failed. Yeah, EPAM's kicking ass. Let's see how this is going to go. 1 second. $56.08. Ooh, NASDAQ slipped again. That can't be good. Let's see. So they're trying to push dispersion. Forward yield on vol is pulling back. So how's the dollar this morning? The dollar is up a bit. So are yields. Leverage. Interesting. Nvidia still doesn't look that great. Amazon selling off. Apple. Tesla. Maybe Geo's having a decent morning. Okay. Very bearish positioning that came in right there. Supported 5,600. It's gonna be hard to get over 5,610. And gap fill the downside early, huh? Well, so much for the fucking bull push. Q, I think Q just dumped. It's gonna be a flat day, isn't it? God, I really fucking hope not. Let's see. Well, if we break through 59.95, shit gets pretty bearish. If we can push up above 5610, it's a little bit more bullish. So we'll see. Let's just wait till it hits a breakout level, one way or the other. Netflix has earnings tonight, right? It's gonna be the first really big tech company. BHC. Let's see how breadth looks. Okay, that failed to break out at 23. Puts it like twice the price of calls. The Bulls sold so many fucking puts yesterday. They pushed SPXW back to all-time high Vega exposures. The tips, beyond tips, what are they telling you? Looks like there's still some covering going on. But the overnight dump was selling. So somebody sold quite a lot of shares. EPM going for 230. Looks like it, yeah. The next upside resistance is like 228. And then like 232. And then 250 after that. It is nice to see the Bulls get fucked, even if it's confusing and kind of annoying. Beyond earnings looking decidedly less bullish now. I mean, they could still beat on their revenue estimates. They didn't guide down. They just are gonna offer bonds, right? Or try to rebalance their balance sheet. I'm not even sure that that's that bearish. They have like 1.1 billion in convertible bonds. Hmm. Holy fuck, this is terrible. Where's GM on cat? $360. But there are now calls on cat. out to 370. Yeah. 370. A few calls coming at 380 for it looks like August, mostly August Apex. It does just keep ripping, which is cool. Bulls like to play dead and then like crank shit 200 bips. Well, that's fine. And they're definitely going to try that, but we're going to need to get some fucking momentum and get over not just 5610, but it's going to be rough trying to get over like 5625 to 35. And then after that, it's kind of clean sailing. But 5600 and 5610 are going to be tough. There's so much vol to short. Yeah, there is. I don't know if it's going to matter if everyone's just going to sell QQQ though. How's oil doing today? Oh, back down 2%. Oil has been volatile as hell lately. Still pushing correlation, although they're not getting anything out of it. Dollar up against the yen? Yes. Mm. I feel like I should be on the sell side of vol today. Yeah, it might be the right choice. Sometimes bulls couldn't always crank that soldier boy. Blackstone said in their earnings that the worst is over for the real estate sector. We're gonna crash soon, aren't we? I don't know if Blackstone cares, but yeah, maybe. There's a lot of vol to short, but imagine how much vol you can short when we hit 40. I know. It's very exciting. Today's gonna be a long day. Yeah, it's kind of feeling like that. What gave it away? Was it the $3 range that we're trading in? IWM confuses me. Because it's up so much for no reason. Look how much vol there is to short when it hits 85. What, VIX? EPAM just loves going up. I told you guys. IWM looks bullish as fuck, but it's also small enough that one or two big boys could be responsible for the entire pump. Hmm. No, it's doing pretty well. These are all up over 1% today. These are all up over 3% today. Oh no, Atomic's covered calls. Yes. Oh no. He totally closed him yesterday when we went to 140, right? And he just had like a perfect exit. Look at that fucking setup. 127. What can this get to? No way we get out to 130, right? How are there no fucking calls between 127 and 1? There's literally nothing. Okay. My chances on this again. All the good and bad, but mostly good value. IWM stock's just gonna run on the capitalization of sold calls. Probably. At this point, I mean, it's up enough, right? Tesla Cybertruck outsells Ford F-150 Lightning and Rivian R1T. Okay, well, that's not fair. There's like 3 of those. Very risky entry again. Just stop it at like, yeah. If I can break out, I'll pick up a 25. Tough. I'm gonna run into resistance at 25 anyway. Mass-produced cars sold. Small custom badge cars. Wait, what? I meant capitulation, but wrote capitalization. I said, I guess both get the point across there. So yeah, not just short call capitulation, right? But the drive from investors to continue selling short calls out of the money. They keep getting squeezed off, right? So both are actually accurate. I mean, that's what drove like most of Nvidia's price improvement was, big fat ETFs selling shitloads of sold calls. Rims and Tims, I'm glad you finally got your Land Rover. You're welcome. Welcome aboard, guys. Give Rims and Tims a shout out for hooking you up. Could FSLR get some pumps? Maybe. Could at least benefit from IWM rocking. I would say maybe more so if it gets above 220. I know it's got a decent move already this morning, but I looked at the options chain yesterday. Yeah, it's still a little put heavy down here. It's like a rejection from 20 could fall back to 10 really fast. But if it gets out above 20, it's got some room to run. This is ridiculous. STX is pushing 610. Okay, if it can break above 610, there's really no resistance till 625. It still doesn't look that hot. I wonder if I should take some profits. Maybe not. We lost 6-10. So we can keep pushing up a little bit here. 610, 615. Resistance is 620. So up to that at least. Pretty solid vol short. I wonder if this is a good spot for QQQ to bounce, or NVIDIA. Hmm. What's the best tech company? Microsoft. Meta hit 470, 460 in the overnight. Netflix has earnings tonight. Jesus fucking Christ, what is Cat doing? That's awesome. Is Atomic financially ruined now? What? We already talked about this. He totally indefinitely pulled back all of his sold calls. Be a lot cooler if SPX would keep pumping without RSP falling off a cliff, which doesn't look like it's gonna do. Still working on grinding our way up through 5610. It's gonna be tough. A lot of defensive positioning to the upside here. If we can push up though, we could squeeze out a lot of short calls. I shouldn't say a lot. Some short calls. Some momentum looking. Kind of like it's gonna do a little thing. That looks pretty strong. Just go long TQQQ and try to get the benefit of bounce back here. It's too much long positioning. Okay. Well, when Cat runs the one time I missed the entry. The all-time high market seems incapable of more than one red day before someone blows up. No, I mean, yeah, I don't think you're that far off. That seems pretty accurate. Do you think we should short Carvana? Well, I'm not going to short it because it went above 35. It's quite risky up here. There's still a lot of calls on the chain. Oh, you bitch. Man, they're selling the fuck out of that call. Bears are still being a little bit aggressive. Jesus. Hmm. A little bit of profit there. Dispersion still turning around a bit. Yeah, they're trying to push the dispersion trade today. So pump NQ. See if it works out. NQ is still way down from where it was in the pre-market, so it's definitely a little bit harder for them on the intraday. But Dow and Russell are up, so there's plenty of breadth. Like RSP's up like 65 BPS. So it wouldn't take much of a move in pump for them to, or much of a move in tech for them to pump this up. Isn't it weird if VX and VIX just diverge kind of hard from each other? Yeah. They are rapidly pushing the convexity down. So So I love this indicator because if it goes positive, bulls are fucked. Like fucked, and it's really hard to get out of. Actually, you can rely on Amazon to rip today. I think I just want to go long TQQQ. But it's so risky. I mean, we don't really have any more data. I guess the worst thing that could happen would be like the Fed speaker or fucking the tips auction. But I'm not sure that like hotter inflation expectations would be bad for TQQQ. And then I can just have fairly broad exposure to QQQ. It's got a lot of range without having to do too much stock picking. I mean, QQQ's been selling off pretty hard since last week, so I don't think it would surprise me. Bulls are still selling the fuck out of the like 20, 25 calls. It's gonna make it tough to break out. Still thinking about it. I don't know. Ah, bastards. Ooh. Mm. Let's see what's going on here. Let's shoot both. Still getting shorted a little bit. It's starting to get a little ETF covering. So short the underlying, cover the ETFs. Lower high on Go EV. Dispersion's picking back up again. They're really not selling a lot of puts except below like below 85. Bulls or bears selling like calls? Bears. Well, it's bearish. It's more of a short strangle. That kind of puts us between like 56.10 and 55.85 for the day. But we'll see. It's still very early. All the losses have been on 2 days. On QQQ? Freaking five out of the last 6 days are red. Four out of five, rather. Whisper sweet nothings about Fubo to me. It's doing stuff. Or trying to do stuff, at least. It's going to be hard to get from 150 to 2. But it's definitely giving it a shot. Another push into 610. Maybe that's the entry. Maybe I should go higher, like 190. If I'm gonna buy that, why the fuck am I long the video? Hmm. Made a hell of a push to squeeze out the short calls. Yeah, maybe I just wait on that. Sorry, my cat was breaking shit in the living room. PT for EPAM? I don't know. I'm guessing the next one to the upside is like 128. Then 132, then 250. I think the auction prints a tail and IWM dumps today. It's possible. Oh, Jensen, you piece of shit. I hope we don't spend all day with bulls just trying to push the upside and never getting there. Dream of SPX to 5620 dead? Maybe. Things get kind of bearish if we lose. Well, no, because now there's kind of support there. If we lose like 5605. Still getting a lot of sold calls out of money. Is that my door? 1 second. Damn interruptions. All right. Well, I missed my fucking put entry. Son of a bitch. We gotta get it signed. On what? Don't worry, chase it like we always do. No thanks. Tommy mentioned GM on Fubo was at 147 yesterday. GM on Fubo doesn't matter. The narrower the spread, the nearer the money it needs to get to print, though. Why did SPX just dump? Because it was getting ready to. That's why I wanted to buy this contract before I went to go answer my fucking door. Whatever. Something else will 3x today, right? Hmm. If we lose 85, we're gonna go to like hmm, 60. This is an important support. I might get back into Ulta. I haven't decided yet. Mm-hmm. 19,931. Is that a new low? Yeah. Oh, son of a bitch. Is this the beginning of the correction you were talking about? It's starting to look like it. Holy shit. Spicy. Um, there's a little bit of support at 75. Not much. It's pretty weak. We're way below GM now. Is vol convexity positive? Might be. Look what the fuck happened to correlation. They did try really hard though. Nah, not yet. 0.4. Almost. Oh, there it goes. You slipped 19.9. I think if we lose 75, there's not a lot of support. $60, $50. Lily down 10% on the week. No real news. No. So they got the 56.15 de-risk sold puts. Does that explain the dump? We just got rejected and dispersion broke apart. They gave up. Which indicator is dispersion? I usually use core 1 and 3 month to kind of track it. Why the drop in AQN? Why not? It's on like a path to like 5-10 year recovery. Do you think it was just gonna go up and never come back down again? It's literally on a head and shoulders. My Vega puts are up 50%. Nice. Wonder how mine are doing. bucks. 3 months almost 16. Should probably start getting ready to trim those. Mm. So it looks like much of a bounce. So they're buying calls at 75. So this either fails at 85 or we bounce all the way the fuck back up. Didn't even go in the money. Awesome. Huh. Piece of shit. $85 back to 5,600. Hmm. Do you know where the CTA triggers are? 570 is one of them. 5570. Jen, sorry the knock on the door ruined your put entry, but I was there for it and I'm happy about it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Well done. Gherk, I may need Popcorn Trader's legal advice on what's more criminal, selling options or VIX over 15. Both illegal. This is gonna claw its way back up to delta or gamma neutral, I think, by this bounce. Looks like I can get 95, 5,600, maybe even 5,605 before it hits any significant resistance. Looks like I got out of IWM right on time. Meta's recovery looks like shit. So does Nvidia's. That's the gap filled. Can this squeeze the short calls, sending us to the moon? Probably not. Not from here. Most of the short call positioning is like 56.10 and up. But if we can push up there and start pressuring it again, maybe. We're really shorting the hell out of vol right now. This shit's getting wild. All right, pull to see who here bought puts at the bottom. As long as you got stopped out of them. Well, not quite as exciting. Any idea what's causing the volatility on BNED over the past couple of days? All the like micro cap and small caps have been running like crazy. BNED actually looks pretty good. I'm gonna miss another fucking entry. Hold on. Ugh. All right. Where were we? Is anyone still in BNED? I don't know. They never reopened options on it. So I just haven't really cared. No, no. You would think it would have like a dead cat bounce at some point. Overheld with full exercise on rights options. Maybe start trimming now? Maybe. I mean, I wouldn't start trimming immediately upon the breakout, but, you know, at least find like a rejection or something. Because it's literally just breaking out now. Alright, so we filled the gap and failed. Interesting. It's sucked back down again. Oh, fuck. What's Fubo doing? Okay, it's really not up that much. What happened if Fubo ever got to $2? Well, that'd be at $2. Hmm. Oof. Beyond news timing equals suspect. This thing is going to surge the week of FOMC. I predict rate cut and their earnings the next day. Do you think the Fed's going to cut rates at the July meeting? Dad, Rad, yep. Well, it is. Yeah, July 2025. Emergency rate cut. Mm, we'd have to drop a lot harder than we have. It must be so because Kathy Woods wants one. If the Fed cuts rates right now, inflation's going to go way up. They already know that. That's why they keep backtracking all their narratives. Gherkin, VIX 15 warrants it. We're there. Maybe now we get the breakdown at 75. Todd is coming. Let me put a stop on my puts. Well, this is where support is, so it's probably not a terrible idea. How's this breakdown? Sorry, I wasn't around this morning. Well, Bulls started off the day by trying to push dispersion really hard, and then they just gave up. Let's support like below 75. There really isn't any. We probably fall to 60 or 55. Yeah, Fubu's kind of doing a thing. Trying to. I love today. La 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 la. Are your October Vega puts up? Yeah. VIX 3-month is at 1630 now. Here we go. See if we can get the 55 test. Guys. I'm so happy that Fubo picked market crash day as the day to try and run. It's classy. CTAs, let's fucking go. Yeah, that might be a thing. Ooh, I'd love a drop to... Below DN? That would be crazy. We're gonna hit below 5,500. I'm gonna say this is finally it. Short the market, and then we'll get a face melting bounce. I'll lose it all again. Why don't you just buy some calls out of the money when you short the market? Have you thought about that? Maybe. The colors of your Greek lines and Greek data output are not the same. I hate it. Wait, what? I don't know what you're talking about. Boop. If we don't run into support at 50, we're definitely gonna find support at 40. VIX is up 1100%. No, it's up 7%. The data output is a different color than the line you use on your SPX chart. Oh, yeah, I know. TradingView doesn't have the same colors. Get fucked. This is fun. Delta neutral for the monthly is at 55.55. Oof. Nice. Are bulls able to short VIX anymore? Sure. Might be a big mistake, but they can. Awesome signal, Kirk. Buy the put when your door knocks. $55.30. That's delta neutral. Are you waiting for a V? No. No. I think we're past the V. At least for now. 75 was the chance to V it. We've fucking failed. If volatility could keep going up, that would be excellent. Gherk, it's beautiful. It's pretty nice. I think I might be kind of pissed that I rolled my Vega puts. I think I could have just kept the September ones. Whatever. How the fuck did you get stopped? We haven't even had a green candle yet. It's going to recover after SLD. Maybe a little bit, but it depends on how much it recovers, right? Well, both how much we sell off and how much it recovers. Where's the next support on NQ? The next major support's gonna be at like 1732. 19732, sorry. What would turn this into a crash? Well, we're still miles from delta neutral, so I think I got a ways to go before we even have to start worrying about that. Under the JPM long puts, maybe? which is like 51.70. Delta neutral on the weekly is at 55.55. Delta neutral on the monthly is down at like 5,100. No, 5,150. What's up, Willie? Yep. I know. See? I mean, it's not like we haven't gone positive convexity on VIX before, right? Like we had it back here in May. A lot in April when we corrected. But every time's a chance. Heaven knows they can stuff it again just as fast. It'll be harder once we get below DN on the monthly or the weekly. Nikkei's been dumping. Yeah. Got a long way to go still. Interestingly, yeah, and still not really moving that much. Hello. Careful here. Yeah, my Vega puts are up like 46% today. This is insane. Is it too late? Why would you buy SQQQ? It's like $8. You could just short TQQQ. Might this just be a time to take some profits? I mean, usually I wait for VIX to mean revert before I start trimming them, but we'll see. We're not at VIX 16 yet. VIX 3-month is above 16. That's at like 16.55. Gherkin, I became a fade indicator. Fuck me. What did you do? I was long Gherk? Oh no. I tried to do a bit of that too, but it was too expensive. I just made enough for a year of pigeon and to be pontiff of the pores. Nice, Mikey. I stopped out on the green cancel. I'm trash. It would it wouldn't be that weird to get a little bit of support at DN. Nope, never mind. Does DN behave like a resistance? Well, it tried to. No, I'm trash. Yes, you are trash. Where is the SPX going? Down. It's happening so early in the day. It's a little weird. I guess. Buying a put has to be dumb right now. There's support at 55 and 50. I don't know if it'll act as support, but it's there. The next support, if we lose 50, is 40. Which is a little bit more substantial. Chipotle Mexican Grill is like 75 cents away from the 1-year 200 MA. Yep. Remember when I was like, I have no interest in going long Chipotle? What a great decision I made. Are we crashing because all the pigeons that use your data platform? Weird coincidence? No. It's a celebration of the data platform. I sold because of your rant. Congratulations. If we hit VIX 16, does the market does the market explode? No, but it's kind of cool, right? When beta done so I can give you money? Well, we're still probably like 2 to 3 weeks from the beta going live. Um, hopefully, as long as everything falls into place exactly the way it should. And then the beta phase is we're planning on like 2 to 3 months. So it'd be like fall, maybe. What? Oh, there's just gonna be so much money to be made. Volatility is going to be sky high. Bear markets are the best markets. Another 100% on EPAM calls. Big red colors on SPX. You know what this means? P.S. When Carvana puts, I hate that company. I do too. Don't feel bad. Wait, hold on. Are you not in it? Carvana puts were a yesterday thing. Did you see it? Grackle, thank you so much, man. Welcome to Corner Shine, guys. Corner Shine. Corner Shine. Looks like a bottom attempt at a bottom, which is very different than an actual bottom. My sold 726 GME 30 calls are printing nicely. Well done. I'm being sarcastic, but you don't get my sarcasm. It doesn't translate well over chat. Could it be a power bottom? Maybe. It's gonna be kind of hard to get back over 55.60. Okay, I'm just never closing these fucking bear call spreads on Apple. I'm just gonna leave them open. They expire next week anyway. I really sharp myself every time there's an ad on your channel because the volume has to be cranked to hear you. I have my volume cranked so you can hear me. I made enough money today. Nice S2 slot machine. See you then, man. I think I learned something. I just sold the sold calls on my Amazon August position as it hit a low target to offset the cost of the longs. Now you just pray, right? Okay. Have you posted your audio setup before? I don't know. Please use a megaphone. We've been telling him that for 3 years. At this point, it's not changing. I've done everything I can. I've maxed it all out. The only thing I have left that I can do is like I could do this. But if I do this, it's gonna deafen you guys. See? It gets a lot louder. And it makes me lag. My gain is all the way up. It's turned up to 11, trash. Wait, it didn't change? Oh shit. Okay, well never mind. Huh. The mic is near my mouth. It's like right here. I guess I'm supposed to speak into the front of it like this and just get really close to it. But that's too close. Then you can hear my throat. Eat some ramen. I wonder if I could just change my audio source to my Discord output. The throat sound reminds me of those people at carnivals who yell at you to play their games. That's my job. Need a lapel mic. Do I? Is it a Shure SM7B? Yeah. What's the male equivalent of sploosh? SM7Bs require a lot of gain. Yeah, apparently more than my shitty Focusrite audio controller can output. Is that still... Yep, that's still cranked all the way. There's nothing left. I'm stuck at a meeting, but I got to shit so bad. Just tell them that, Dork. Be like, guys, I have to poop. Do you have a cloud lifter? I don't know what the fuck that is. There's like 100 people in this meeting. Just let them know, man. He's not an audio tech, you nerds. Is someone trying to give you audio advice? Yeah, they are. Tell them to fuck off. I think I still have the settings that you put on here. Like the compressor. But the problem with this is it makes everything way too loud. And then I start getting really, really laggy. The cloud lifter boosts your gain, very commonly used with the SM7B. What you need to do is buy an LA2A outboard compressor. I hate you guys. I don't want to buy audio equipment. My stepdad was a musician. I had to live in a house with all of that loser shit laying all over the place. I don't want to live like that anymore. Racks, fucking mics on the floor, guitars everywhere. Lay down on the couch here and we'll talk about it. Just get a fucking 12-hour U-rack, spend 4K on an outboard compressor, get another 2K on a channel strip, boom, perfect sound. Musicians in chat are in shambles. If you have a real job, that's fine. Okay. When did we get so much autism in this stream? Wait, when did we have less? Just hire an audio engineer to build you a setup. I don't want to spend money on this. Low overhead. You know, I already bought a like fucking $500 camera, like a $200 mic. It's ridiculous. A cloud lifter is $65. It will help. But that was that other guy's advice. Are you sure, Doric? We'll relight the room too. That would be helpful. We can hear you just fine. Just tell us what the market's gonna do next. I don't want to anymore. Probably not a lot. This is probably gonna get pretty boring around here. Unless we lose 55.40. But that's pretty far away. No, it's not. Just kidding. Dork, I still have my 55.60 puts. Sorry, 56.50. I still got my SPY 485s. Nice. My October Vega puts at 4,500 are way up. I'm gonna hold them till they're worthless. You could furnish a recording studio with one of those 5650s. Ew. I could buy US Treasuries with them. I bought them at VIX 12. Fucking stupid. Wait till VIX is at 50. Woo. $55.40 the next CTA level. 54.40 something. We're about to hit the trend on futures. We lost 56.10. That's the bear signal. Market's doing a big old dumper. Yeah, yeah, it is. Hmm. And the money calls at 50, 55, 80. Well, I'm out of cat and I'm 30% out of EPAM now. Carvana's printing. I thought Carvana was still risky. Above 35. So there wasn't an entry like right at market open, but I entered right after that. I actually waited till like 34.50, but or 134.50. Is the Carvana entry gone now? I don't know. My mid PT is like 120, so there's plenty of room. It's a longer play anyway. I thought I put a stop on my 5x 5550p on the test of 5555 and walked away for breakfast, but so was a buy order. That my mistake just paid for half a year of beta. Nice. Didn't seem like an entry at 135 to me, but still learning. So here, I can kind of point that out for you. Maybe that'll help people. So I was worried about it getting traction above 135 because there were still a lot of out of the money calls. So when IWM opened the day higher, right, I waited. And then I re-entered here after it started to break down. Because this was risk. So no entry. Entry. And this was also around the time that like SPX started to fail too. Technically, I guess you could have just entered it open and it didn't matter that much, but do you use conditional orders for that? No, I just had a limit buy. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I'll set them up like the night before. But usually not on something that's that close to risk. Usually I'll just manage that manually. Is the Carvana position a debit spread? Sort of. It's a bull put ladder. I'm surprised it's only a 2.2% drop from the all-time high on SPX. It's not even that big of a drop yet. How low can IWM go? I don't know, maybe back to like 219. Support on IWM is starting to bleed off. There's a lot of profit taking. Yeah, 220's still kind of supportive. Under 220, that starts to fall off really hard, though. There's still a shitload of puts out of the money. They're really killing Jimmy Boy today. I told you guys it wasn't getting squeezy. The options chart doesn't show your play being profitable until it crosses 105. That's an expiration. Go build the position and then move the date range slider towards today. Yeah. The break even's like its spot right away. It's just over time the break even pushes further out. No, I don't think I will. All right. Well, okay. Then don't. Who's winning? Oh, me. I already won this week. By a lot. Yep. I was the low prediction at 55.85. Is Gamma still... No, Gamma's not flat to the upside right now. We're underneath a bunch of 0 DTE puts. The chance for bulls to break out was this morning. We're beyond the MM's expected move. Only a little bit. It doesn't mean that we're going to stagnate. I mean, the MM could just be pricing options wrong yesterday, right? How do I know the difference between being greedy and my position just having great likelihood of printing harder? I guess that depends on how far in the money you are. At a 565p that I closed yesterday. Okay. Why not? I mean, we found a pretty hard floor. We got a lot of support yesterday towards the end of the day. So it was, you know, not unreasonable, I don't think. Ooh, kind of is. One second. Did you call out a bottom of this move? So there's support around 40. 55 had its chance, it failed. The next support's 40. Below 40, there's nothing to like 5,500. Sort of like gravity wells. Yeah, that's not a bad way to think of them. they can also kind of act as like a slingshot, right? When you get past them. Is there a risk of cover bid here through tomorrow? Yes, absolutely. But we would have to move up quite a lot for that to be a risk today. Like today, that's not really a risk unless we get back above 55.60 right now, I would say. Maybe even back above 75. 60 would help, though. Hmm. Max on IWM's like 220, 219. Interesting. Is it day 36 for GoEV? No. It's day 14. Oof. Failed to get back above 20. V time? Again, not unless we get above 52.60 or 55.60. So for Carvana, you sold the 140, bought the 130, 115. Yeah. Google Play is well on its way. Max profit on the Pickles pick was what? 165? For Google? I think my PT was like 170. Let me check. I think it was like 170. Last week. Hmm. Oh, pain in the ass. Yeah, it's like 165 is where it hits peak profitability. I missed most of the stream today. No worries. I heard you right yesterday that Bulls cracked Vega exposure up to the max yesterday. On SPXW. It was a new all-time high. So they really tried hard as fuck to catch the knife. I think total Vega exposure went up to 11.42 billion, which is about 0.3 billion more than the prior high, which was back on fucking July 2nd. Are they all underwater now? Probably, yeah. I would say a chunk of them are. There's a shitload of puts in the money already from the drop. Isn't it higher now then? Well, as more puts go in the money, the Vega starts to fall off, right? So when you have like a large amount of in the money puts, Vega goes down. So the deeper in the money those contracts, yeah. Yeah, 178.50 is a major support on Google. But if it breaks that, there's not much until you get down to like 175. Like after that, it's like 70 and then 166-ish. Still bullish on Fubo. I still have calls on it. But the price action on it's kind of starting to turn around, which isn't great. If IWM loses 220, that's super fucking bearish. That's the long-term trends. Which would be rough. Right? There's very little support down here. There's still a shitload of puts at 200. But this is a really significant level. I just need SPY to go down $150 in 6 days to be able to buy some dubs. Oh, dork. I wish you'd just be a little less poor. You're just gonna ruin the fuel efficiency of your car. And spend more money on tires. You have to think rich first. Right now, you're all just jacked up on the prospect of putting rims on your car. Shut your mouth about his tire collection. Thinking rich before being rich is the American way. Yep. What's with all the feedback on what? Your mic is picking up your keyboard now. Well, get wrecked. I don't know what you want. You want to be able to hear me, or do you want to not be able to hear me? Pick. Okay, I'll turn it off. Can you get a $500 mechanical keyboard with fancy keycaps? I have a $240 mechanical keyboard that's yellow, like a banana. Makes me happy to look at it. Show the keyboard. It's like this. Is that a child's toy? Was it on sale because it's that color? No. I forget what the keys are. I think they're blues. Oh, you know where I could check? Yeah, they're blues. Pretty much overnight straddles and Ivy crushes super hard the next day. I thought about turning them into inverse iron flies, but I think I'd still take a loss since they're already red. You can sell closer to the money you put. Are calls free right now? No. I guess I'm kind of hedged. Fubing. It's doing. Hmm. Imagine if the market got some bad news right now. Like, it turned out inflation wasn't really all that cool. That'd be rough. Is this the 3 to 5% correction? It's a start. Puts and calls are just puts when turning the straddle into an inverse fly. Well, you want to get rid of the dead leg, right? You can just create a credit spread against it. And if it bounces back into your spread, you can turn it into a fly. Do pulls have hope here? It's a bit rough. No problem, G-Wagon. Y'all remember when Carvana was $4 a share? The fuck changed? Here's the fun part. Absolutely nothing. Their inventory lost a bunch of value. That's rough. 13% below NAV. Cool. I shouldn't get stopped out of my VIX play yesterday. Looks like they're trying to short vol a little bit. Getting some support here. The S&P at 55.50. Can that really move us anywhere? $56. Yeah, and then there's resistance at 55 and at 60 also. Yeah, I still think above, we got to get above 65 to pull out of this, which is quite a long ways off. So we'll need to get back up here. Anything under that can just fail right back again. I'm trying to pressure correlation a little bit. The dollar's still kind of bouncing. 20 years almost back at 4.5. I didn't realize VIX went into backwardation. Yeah. Yep. Forward yield on vols at 3.76. It's not quite over the risk-free rate, but it's pretty close. Is this similar to the time that you were over leveraged on calls and had to wait the last 15 minutes for it to pump? I can't remember when it was though. Maybe 1 or 2 months ago. It's like the end of every day. I don't know which one you're talking about. What's up, Cobra? About puts at support again? Nice. Did you close them immediately? upon bouncing above the next strike. How will today's auction affect this? I don't know. If 10-year inflation expectations are above 2% still, that's going to be a bit rough. Although if it falls off, we might price in more rate cuts. So if it falls below 2%, um, which could be a bit rough. I wonder how much of this pump is just for the auction. 55, eh. Still need to be above 60, 65. No, we got Theta. They expire tomorrow. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ugh. IWM forecast if the action is bad, 215. Yeah, I mean if it loses 220, there's really no support until like 213. So but if inflation expectations come in elevated, that's probably going to be bullish for SPX, bearish for IWM. The place where I spent $2,000 trading my dog lost its lease. Bullish? Huh. What did they train your dog to do? Like, can it do like circus tricks now? He trades options now. It's not very good at it. Shit on command? Why would that be useful? Recall, no leash walking. He's not retained any of the tricks though, because I don't practice them. Just like how you teach me about options. You give me all the resources, but I only buy puts. Excellent. Loaded up on 5620s for next week. I'm gonna go take a nap. Is the pickle jar the consumer? Spending 2K on a dog is not common outside of the pickle jar. Unfortunately, it is. I think that was Grackle division. Do you think 5620 guy has a thesis besides down now? He's betting it bounces back to 5620. Okay, man. Oh, man. We spent $2,000 on dog training, boarding as well when we went to Thailand. My wife immediately stopped the training because it was mean, and now my dog's back to being an idiot. I adopted a dog, and by the time I got him healthy, I spent over 3K. This is insane to me. No wonder you guys are broke. Nice, skier. Well done. I'll be getting a dog for a while after this one passes. Cats are cheap. You guys need more disposable pets, like goldfish or something. You know, just be like, Bert's sick, and you flush him down the toilet. You guys and your weird emotional attachments. Horse, put it down. You ever see Old Yeller? Yeah. I think my impression of that book wasn't as sad as other people's though. I was like, oh, good. That dog was rabid. Definitely a smart choice to put it down before everybody got rabies, right? You can't flush a horse. You just need a really big toilet. Get one of those those like little sluice things they have at like a dam where it's just like a concrete hole and the water just rushes down into it. Just chuck it in there. Too many extra kittens from a litter. Throw them outside to the neighborhood coyote. Circle of life, right? My chihuahua is costing me over $10,000 due to being hit by a car and then getting a mystery illness twice that had her on the brink of death. Just puzzles me. I really just don't get it. I have friends that do this shit too. And they think I'm, a cold, heartless prick. But I think they're morons. Because animal expenses are crazy, right? Just put Fido down. Get a new one. Like, it's clearly broken, right?
You don't buy some shit off Amazon and it's broken and you're like, I guess I'll fix it. You know that point where the vet comes out and they're like, hey, listen, this is what's wrong with your animal. And they're like, but we might be able to save him. It'll cost like $12,000, or we can put him down for $200. Why? That's not even a choice. I'd be like, well, let's get knowing him later. Shelters need a strong return policy. I'm sorry to hear that, Hugh. Okay, hear me out. What if you had a deck that lost an eye? It means it probably looks cute with an eye patch, but what do? Ah, there's no reason to get rid of that. Healthcare system's so broken, even our pets need insurance. Greg's getting rid of the marshmallows in chat again. I have to clear it out every once in a while. What do you think about Catcher in the Rye derivative? No, I'm not saying like I'm not interested in actively killing animals. That's not the same, all right? But spending a small fortune to keep an animal alive when nature has already decided it should die. Why are you trying to play God? See, all you're doing is you're keeping animals alive that should have died because you're selfish. They don't have any. They're just miserable. They don't have any comprehension of why or how. They're just injured and miserable, and you're like, oh, they're so happy because I'm with them. It's sick. You don't believe in hospitals? It depends. I mean, most end of life treatment is just pump someone full of opiates. It's not really like we're trying to save them, you know. I knew somebody who kept their beagle alive for like 20 years. The fucking thing couldn't walk. It was like blind, running into shit, pissing on itself. So just let it go. Try to short the VIX and got rejected. Kind of looks like it, huh? Or hear me out. You have the dog enough time to form a connection. So we need legislation for free crack houses to house the homeless. Do crack houses cost money? Lay down for a nap with your stream running and woke up to nature has already decided it should die. How do you feel about people that sleep with dogs on the bed? Oh, gross. I mean, I don't know. It's not something I have to deal with because I just I don't like hang out with those people, right? Or date them. I like crazy, but I won't date single girls with tiny dogs. Nope. How do you feel about people who let their ducks sleep on the bed? Asking, well, you can't leave a duck on the floor. You'd step on it. And they're into that shit. So it's very tricky. Jack 2 is your soul out every night, but sleeps with the dog in the bed. Nope. Hmm. Hold on. EPAM recovering from all the delta you dumped? I didn't dump that much. I only dropped like 30% of my position. Have you flushed a cat down the toilet? No. Although, when I was younger, one of my cats would go and hang out inside the toilet, which was disgusting. Like, he would just get in it and sit in the water. How high do you see Zom pushing out on this run? I don't know. Like, dollar's dropping, right? That's good stuff. Maybe we get back above like 125. Gherkin, you never should have brought up CTAs. You gave Lawrence new neuroticism. 1 p.m. data determine pump or dump? Could have an effect, yeah. We're definitely pushing up into it, so bulls are ready to take over if it's not too bad. The Fed bid $1 billion on them. And a break of 165 still pretty bullish, I think. Hey, yield before auction 1.865. Was that Cat J Fresh? No. Northern and Dixie like to move in the same direction. Not always. Some fucking data on this shit already. There we go. 10-year yield high was 1.883, so a little bit of a tail on it. Slightly higher inflation expectations. Bid to cover 2.38, which wasn't too bad. Actually, a little bit of an improvement from the prior one, but higher inflation expectations over 10 years. That could actually be bearish for IWM, bullish for QQQ. Let's see how QQQ is reacting. Or NQ. This would be interesting. This is bearish for everything. Dollar bumped. I like liver. Oxtail's fine. I don't eat it very often, but it's not bad. Usually rapid drops in the dollar drive oil up very rapidly. Right, like if we just look at like Dixie dollar correlation, most of the time they're negatively correlated, right? There's some instances where you get some positive correlation, but and correlation's been falling off. Over the last few weeks, several weeks. But like historically, you know, there's like very long periods where they're, you know, negatively correlated. And right now, like if you go down to the daily, they're not even that positively correlated. It's just a little like 20%. Whoa, Gherkin, I just discovered something. It appears as though when the SPX goes up in general, X goes down. Yeah. Yeah, AMD is getting slammed hard. Most of the semis are. So I'm trying to get my cat's names out of me, Trash, so you can break into my accounts. I know what you're up to. It was like that time that you wanted my social security number. Could IWM slip 220 by the end of the week here? Well, if it does, there's no support. Slightly hotter inflation's pretty good for that. What do you think the next stop is on BNED? I don't know. $12? Maybe 15? There's some covering going on there. It's pretty illiquid too. I've owned more than one cat. It seems like it's through long periods of correlation and inversion. On the weekly time frame, yeah. But on the daily it's a lot more random. The lower and lower, like the lower time frames, they're not really highly correlated, generally speaking anyway, but usually when you get a large drop in the dollar, it's due to some like external risk, right? And that generally drives oil prices up. You change your password from StackGod 42069. Okay, first of all, I resent the accusation that I've only tried to get your social ones. Where do you think we end today? I don't know. We might push up into the end of the day, but we're still kind of buried under a lot of puts here. I can see us ending like right between here and 50. It's perfectly reasonable. Logan speaking in 45. Okay. In all seriousness, don't put your social on your W9. Smart. It's a neat rejection. I'd still kind of like to see the 85 test on ES. Surprised we bounced so cleanly right off of the long-term trend. Isn't Logan aren't they all just very dumbish? What did Goolsby say this morning? We're in multiple months of better inflation data. The fight isn't done, but I feel better. Labor market's been cooling to better balance. Cooling job market is definitely an area of concern. This is what the path to 2% inflation looks like. In real terms, we've tightened substantially. That's funny. Okay, so top Democrats see Biden dropping out as soon as this weekend. However, Biden's campaign aide says Biden is not wavering on anything. Sounds like mixed signals. So DNC donors are pissed, and Biden doesn't want to quit because he's old and belligerent. All they need to do is like replace him with a 30-year-old Democrat, and they can beat Trump. Like it just has to be someone who's not old as fuck. Yeah, 35. Stupid rules. Place Biden with Mr. Beast. And a lot of the downside today was because their pump into dispersion failed. And a bunch of short puts got squeezed. Are you saying politically inflammatory things? I am. Who would replace him and win? A potato in a top hat? I'd vote for it. Far more faith in people than I do. I just said I'd pick a potato, not a human. What about a peanut with a top hat and a monocle? No, that guy sold out to corporate America a long time ago. Any reason GoEV isn't as awesome today? No. I know, IWM's down. It's probably not helping. There are plenty of humans that are potatoes. True, but I meant a real potato. Faith that people would vote for the potato. I think they would. It's America. Just fry it, right? Just like chuck it in a fryer and then put a top hat on it. Seriously though, how's EPAM looking? I was long it before you said anything. But it's doing great. Of course. Ridiculous drop. We all grew up with Mr. Potato Head as our leader. See? Can you talk about Beyond? What happened yesterday? It sold off a bunch in after hours. And the drop, okay. And then that immediately recovered. And where we could go till earnings, I don't know, maybe up. It's been getting some covering, so that's a plus. Repo's still dropping, which I don't like. Maybe I do. No, I don't. We need more bear steepening. If the potato goes rotten, does the presidency pass to the running mate? Good question. You know what's awesome? Potato burritos. Disagree. Thanks for letting me participate in the beta, even though I've been Pigeonwheel for less than 3 years, and mainly because I don't know how to turn it off. Keep shilling, shill. Thanks, Dave. 15, 20 years ago, your driver's license number was your social security number in Oklahoma. That's convenient. How do we become pigeon whales? Don't worry about it, Popcorn. Just make sure that all of your credit cards are up to date and you don't change any of the numbers on them. My Go-Yeti leads just shot up in value. I feel like those have been the same price all along. Huh. Maybe. Fubo's being a little bit better behaved. Come on, IWM. Dump. This is the 65 test for SPX. This is important. If we break 65, are you buying some calls? Maybe. Yeah, probably. But where? Which is the 90? Huh. Is there another way to re-enter EPAN? What do you mean? Get a time machine? Yeah, I mean... it's obviously riskier to go long here. Let's go back. Are bulls more free to run it now? We'll see. They're still trying to push dispersion, but I could reverse on them pretty quickly. It's going to be hard to push it much higher without squeezing sold calls, so that's a thing. There's quite a lot of resistance here. But if we do keep pushing higher, we are going to squeeze some sold calls. Because there's calls sold at 65 right now. No, I'm just looking at stuff. We got rejected. That's probably not that important actually. I guess if we get back below 60 again it is. Because we'll start to sell off back through delta neutral. How big's the AM OPEX tomorrow? Kind of fucking tiny. Like SPX says total delta is 2.6 trillion. June OPEX was like 3 trillion. And then SPXW is at 470 billion. Versus 430 in the prior. But Charm is about half of what it was on the June OPEX on SPXW. And June OPEX had 67 billion Charm. Tomorrow's 17 billion. Vega puts now at a point where their value is capped out. No, not at all. They're just at a point where they've started becoming valuable. So likely we're in for a boring day tomorrow. Not necessarily. Especially not if we close below DN on the weekly. Usually closing below DN is very bearish. Even the weekly DN. I don't think there's too many instances where we've closed below weekly DN and then bounced off of it. Usually that starts to precipitate a much larger drop. Weekly DN's 55, 55, 30. I can see Lumen's headquarters out of my window. Actually, I'm bearish on them because they can't afford to keep the sign, the Lumen sign illuminated at night. You can scale them back and get profits on them. Like, holding a large number of them is usually a really bad idea. And VIX has mean reverted. So usually what I do at this point is I start taking profits on a chunk of them. And then I leave like a few runners in case VIX continues to move higher. How do you scale out when you only have one? Oh, that's a totally different story. A very long dated call position on Fubo. Short-term exposure. I mean, it's been pushing up, but it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell how much of that is just due to IWM running super hard, right? There's been covering on it, and it's getting more liquid, but it's not very liquid. Like you could still see quite a lot more covering. Don't look back, Gherk. It's doing it. Doing what? Shop makes me nervous when SPX options are this expensive. It's dangerous. You could save yourself a lot of headache by just setting your buys out of the money, right? And confirm a breakout. So like, you know, if this breaks 70, right, it's gonna start squeezing out short calls. So you don't really need to buy a call until it breaks 70. Let's go, IWM. Time to drip drop. It kind of looks like shit. I wish it would. It got so close earlier. Bear flag all day. I mean, any upside here is going to be kind of grindy because there's not a lot of. Not only is there not a lot of delta, right, but it's gamma's negative. So the MM's, the MM's going to sell any rejection, which makes it harder to recover the price. Remember, below GN, V's go the other way. SLB looking good to go to 50? I hope so. I have leaps. I think I would enjoy that. What, because of my IWM puts? Those are for tomorrow. I don't expect it to move to 15 today. 1 second. VNet just squeezing despite massive share dilution. Well, they massively diluted shares and then reverse split 100 to 1. So, like, the total float's not that crazy. But there's no options on it. Oh, yeah, it kind of does. Did the shorts get stuck by shorting during the reverse split before it? TDS? Cash flows are a lot worse than. Well, I know their cash flows were a lot worse than literally all of their competition. Also, their infrastructure is falling behind, which is problematic. What high or low? This? Why? This is the 1 minute. IWM looks like shit. Usually Monday. Because they cash settle at market open. That's the final value. So you usually don't get the money for the cash settled options until Monday morning. Vasulka sent me like a Ukrainian colored Rice Krispie treat with my sandwich. If we don't bounce here, bulls are cooked. Still 2 hours, but it's not. This range just isn't very good for them. It tastes like a Rice Krispie treat without enough marshmallows in it. Where do you think IWM grabs support? Ideally, nowhere. I don't think so. It's getting shorted a bit. I mean, part of the reason they're able to hold their price is because they haven't taken on the debt burden of a lot of the other telecoms, but they haven't taken on that debt burden because their infrastructure sucks. And they haven't spent a fuck ton of money rolling it out. And if their goal is to improve that, they're going to be taking on an awful lot of debt when rates are very high. Do you plan on holding your IWM puts overnight? If I need to. They're cheap enough, I don't really care about them. But if IWM drops to like 17, like 217, by tomorrow, they'll be worth almost double what they're worth now. See, it's very soft rice. It's not very crispy. It's like a rice treat. minus the crispy. Minus the treat. It's not the best one I've ever had. It tastes like they use simple syrup to bind it, or like honey, and like some marshmallows, but not just a bunch of marshmallow and butter. Bullish on Beanhead. I still like the company. Is it possible for SPX to get a new low for the day? Yeah. Why not? It would be difficult to fall much lower than 50, but it's not impossible. And if we did, if we got some momentum under 50, there's a ton of short puts to squeeze. I already said the bulls failed. I said if bulls don't break 65 here, they're going to fail. And they really, well, they really didn't, right? Every time we got above 65, they lost control. My stocks are red. It's comforting. What do you own? Then you said they have 2 hours. Well, they do. Maybe I'll lie to you? They have half an hour. I own 1 DRS share of United Airlines. Do you think we'll have a bull Friday? Not particularly. No, the market doesn't close early today. God damn it. Verizon's earnings always have an effect on Telecom. Also, telecoms have a rough road ahead of them, and you're a little late to the party right now. Especially if rates at the top end of the curve turn up again. That's going to be really bad. I wouldn't be surprised if many of them made new lows or even lower, or at least fell back to the prior lows that we saw in like late 22. Ooh, squeezing puts. Don't you do it. Go back down. Glorink red candle. I see. I was here for it. Dork, what do you think about IWM to 215 by tomorrow? Do this shit. That would be a big penis. It's only like 2%. Not even 2%. Now 210 by tomorrow. That'd be a big wiener. 2% is a lot. You clearly haven't traded IWM very often. No, JFresh was just wrong. This is why I reserved this week's prediction and not the June prediction or JFresh's crash prediction. I have a feeling the market didn't just suddenly get ultra bullish on small caps. No, it did not. Well, I mean, hold on. Tom Lee may not be wrong, right? What if IWM just goes back to 160, right? And then bounces 30%. Boom. Right back to 210. SPX is reversing every position I take. What position did you take? Are bulls trying to get ES above 5,600? I'm sure 5,600 could maybe act as a support, but I feel like it's more likely we just retest the trend, or we retest 85, which would make way more sense, right? 85 then support maybe. Bold prediction: Carvana under 50 by end of year. What about Carvana $0 by 2026? Don't tease me. No, I'm not pumped for the Olympics. I'm gonna watch that shit. I don't care. Lost your gun. Hey Gherk, can you use basic TA on SPX, such as MACD on the one-day crossover, followed by above or below 200 MA and VWAP on smaller time frames to get better entries? Okay, sure. You're not into Olympic surfing anymore? You've changed, man. No, I haven't. Hmm. What? Are you buying Carvana $5 puts? If you do, you're gonna keep the company alive. Level 2 chaotic system, popcorn trader. Your prediction on the outcome changes the outcome. Like all of Smooth's SPX positions today. My port is now red. I overheld my puts, now big sad. Wait, what? Didn't you buy puts like 2 days ago? I know what a chaotic system is, but you don't know what a put or a call is. So, ha. Should be buying Carvana calls. How about more at the bottom? Fantastic. I'm gonna grab this, but I'm about to buy a 0 GT SPX call. To what end? I mean, I guess we could bounce back to 70, but it's... Eh. Below DN, just fail. It's not that simple. There's not a lot of negative. We're just below DN, right? It's not like there's a ton of negative delta. Just a bit. Ooh, we gonna get 217 today? That'd be cool. So much time. Hmm. If my goddamn Fubo $2 call doesn't sell for 9 cents today, I'm ruined. You want me to sell 50 of them for 7 cents and undercut you? I don't know why I'm this greedy and choose leverage over theta. It's burned me more than I've won, yet I don't change. Is this insanity? Maybe. It sounds nuts. If you could eat one endangered animal, which one would you eat? Hmm. Hold on, I'm gonna go look at the list. What's critically endangered? Ooh, Sumatran elephant. Or maybe a rhino. I'm not sure which one would taste more like a cow. What do you mean gross? They're giant herbivores. They're probably delicious. That's why they're critically endangered. Sea turtles? Like a hawksbill? Grass-fed beef, right? No marble, all gristle. I don't know. Rhinos are kind of chonky. I don't think UVXY is going to 30 by the end of the week. That'd be crazy. Guess I'll just take my 20%. Yeah, WM's coming. It's not crashing, it's down pretty hard. Why is that Carvana dropping hard? It dropped like $6 today from its high. Almost 7? I want the bulls to start squeezing out these short puts to the downside. Because that's where stuff gets fun. Like, if we can get below 45, woo boy. Gonna squeeze all the short puts down to like 5,500. I got it at 130. That's not very fun. I wonder how much I'll make on these puts if we actually go to 115. That's not bad. $1,200. What if it goes back to 110? Ooh. That's crazy talk, right? Or 215. Yeah, sorry. 210. If someone could, do you have an IWM write-up? No. Perhaps QQQ? Also no. What do you mean write-up? It's like a 1DT I bought earlier. And someone was like, ha ha ha, look at your IWM position. Yes. Ha ha ha. Indeed. More red candle. Well, I mean, Dork, if we keep going down, we're about to get a lot more red candles. But I think we need to get below, like, 55, 43, 42. Really pressure those short puts, you know? Is IWM sort of a sector move, but also a squeeze? I think it was just a big share recall. Because everyone's going to sell all their shit. I need an answer on this. Okay. What do you got? I need a question. Oh, putting flops used it up. When market crash? I don't know. Why didn't you buy puts when we rejected off of 65? What's up, Potato Tom? Is GoEV off reg show? No, it's on like day 14. I'm afraid of profits. Alright, that's reasonable. Can we listlessly drift down to 5506.84? I mean, here's the deal. There's a bunch of short puts underneath us, like 0 DTs. And if we sell off into them, they're going to squeeze. And we're not going to go down slowly. Do people ever eat hippos? I assume they're impossible to recover. I don't think so. It'd be very hard to get it out of the water, right? Someone just offloaded 400,000 GoEV shares. Not it. River Horse is delicious. They walk around at night. Cutting through the hide has got to be the rough part. They probably taste good. You know what the rough part is? Probably shooting one, pissing it off, and then having it gore and maul you to death. Yeah. Which would be better? Hippo or manatee? Like to eat? I don't know. I've had whale. It wasn't that good. Like pilot whale or whatever. Tasted weird. It's like fishy beef. Have you had fermented shark? No, but I was like around a can of it that was opened, and it's fucking disgusting. But they don't kill blue whales in Japan. That's probably pilot whale. I've also had horse salami. Not good. Very lean, kind of gamey. Have you had dolphin peener soup? You mean tuna salad? Yeah. You can't sell shark fins in the US. That's surströmming? Oh, okay. That shit's gross. I know a guy. You interested? No, I'm good. Played today perfectly. Nice, Nuke. Did you make back your money from yesterday? Sold my 5605p for a tiny profit. I still have my 5660s. I don't know what to do with them. I could just let them expire in the money. See where I end up. Bulls are fighting for their sold puts? Yeah, because they sold a bunch of puts below 40 to try to stabilize it. Are you holding the IWM 1 DTEs? Depends on how far we fall. Maybe. Probably not. But if we get like another big leg down, we'll probably close them today. Is that YOLO a cheap put? Is there such a thing as a cheap put right now? Carvana paying out. Yep. It's doing good. Gonna fight back again? Jesus fucking Christ. Just let it go. A nice dump down to like 30. Oh, that stopped working. Can IWM hit 212? Hmm. We can go a lot lower than that. Gamma neutral's 211. Delta neutral's 208. And the next major support below 220 is like 200. There's a little bit of support at 215 and 210, but shockingly not that much. Take profits, but IWM can go a lot lower than that. I mean, I said I'll see how much it drops today, and then I'll decide if I'm going to take profits or not. I'm up like 200%, so I mean, the chances of me taking profits are pretty high. But that doesn't mean it can't keep going down, right? That just means that the risk reward is no longer in balance, and I should just take my money off the table. IWM 215p just had an 8K volume candle. Look at them overpaying for it. I'm gonna make a shirt with the NQ monthly candle. That's awesome. Just put right top signal on the top. Rep Futures seems like it's gonna try to hold support. Good luck. Looks like the sell-off's ramping up. Did you make everyone mad again? No? How's vol convexity? About the same as it was earlier. It's just been kind of stuck here. I guess it's starting to move up. A little bit with this drop. Bulls are gonna try to fight every fucking strike here. Because the short puts are gonna get squeezed. Or already are squeezing. They're blaming the sell-off on checks, notes, Netflix earnings, but Netflix earnings haven't happened yet. Maybe SLD isn't a myth. Never was. There's only like 363 people watching right now. Usually around 500. This week's, well, it's summer, first of all. Summer's always terrible, but this week's been extra slow anyway. I also said shit about people's dog babies earlier, so they probably got all offended. Was this the first good SLD that started above GND? No. No. Most of them start above GNDN, right? It's just that they don't always go below GN. So usually you get like a mean reversion to gamma neutral, and then like on a more bullish one you get a bounce, right? But sometimes they sell off hard enough to fall through GN, and that's when it can get ugly. I don't give a shit. Regards, Kiki. Of course they're saying that. They have to defend the things that they were long the entire year, right? Getting everybody to buy it at the top. Next up, GN monthly. Yeah. We're not very far from that. That's just 5504. Technically, we could hit that today. $55.04. You can go cheap and get Southeast Asian influencer farms to echo chamber you. Okay. How much does that cost? Can I trade them nudes of Dork? Do like HBM here? You mean would I buy back into HBM here? Probably not. I could have made more money on my straddle today, but I don't lose money or chase the missed gains. I think I'm finally learning. Nice. Dang it, Gork. These are my days, and I missed it. This is where I'm supposed to shine. The things we do for a 401k. How confident were you in the IWM play? What, that it would fail 20? Pretty confident. I bought $5 out of the money puts. Does the new indicator GY help identify the possible move? What are you talking about? Using 5540 was big bad. Yeah, it is. But bulls are fighting back really hard against the drop. I don't know if that means they'll be successful because they've sold a shitload of puts down here, and that seems very problematic. But my IWM puts are up 400%. Thanks, Gherkin. Nice, man. Those are Todd's. Those are Todd's calls too. I know what a GUI is. I just don't know which one he means or what he's talking about. Pronounced GUI. Hmm. These aren't very bouncy here. This is the futures support, by the way, that I talked about us falling down to earlier. Remember that? When I was like down to 55.85. Trash Dan, if you correct me again, I'm going to master the art of word chewing. You have to look it up. How the fuck are your guys' puts up 600%? What did you buy? It's vile. Please don't. If you buy $5 out of the money, we buy 10. How about 215 for tomorrow's expiry? How the fuck are you up 400%? I'm only up 280%. And I got them for 15 cents. I doubled down, they hit 8 cents. Ah, okay. That makes more sense. You can't ghost that position. It's too expensive. They're $15 a put. Oh, there goes 1750. If IWM actually sold off to 210, I make like 5 grand on 150 bucks. Huh. Tempting. Check that channel. Okay. Yeah, nice. Screen? What? You wouldn't hold it till then. I don't know. I mean, if it goes in the money today, I might. That's bearish as fuck, right? Have you named the new service yet so you can call it by name? No. I'm down the rabbit hole of word chewing, and it's weird, man. I knew you'd love it. It's called Popcorn Platform. I offered you an opportunity to get in on the ground floor, okay? I don't like this bounce. It's very aggressive. If you make $5 grand off your $150 position, does that mean you're going to update audio equipment? Absolutely not. What's wrong with looking at ES? It's the same shit. Children. There's literally no support on IWM at all. I was listening to this stream for 2 years and never had audio issues. People need to upgrade their hearing aids. I can't believe I got another chance to buy NVIDIA at 3 trillion market cap still. Bye, Fubo Run. Good night, sweet prince. Yeah. It's not a support zone. Is there any downside room, or did the green candle save the market? I don't think the green candle saved the market. It pushed us back above the sold puts a little bit, but not very much. Still going to be very difficult to regain like 50 here. They've just responded to their puts being squeezed by selling more puts. I don't care if you disagree. Just fucking no support there. The only support's at 215, and that's not even that strong. Also, even if it bounces off of this, it's probably going to sell off again anyway. It lost its long-term trend support. It's not bullish. Price is driven by options, especially on indexes. Am I going to go long NVIDIA tomorrow? Is the next hour just going to be Todd slamming VIX below 16 into end of day? Probably. Thoughts on Google heading into earnings week? Hmm. I don't know. We'll see how tomorrow looks. I'm still pretty deep in the money, so if it doesn't show any signs of turning around tomorrow, I'll stay short on the vol increase. But I'll probably close my short before earnings. Today's pretty fun. It'd be more fun if we dropped to 5,500 before close. Who slammed GoEV? IWM? A little push in dispersion, but it's not very strong. You'd think they'd try to push VIX out of backwardation before close, though. Why is Fubo dead? Because IWM's getting beat with a stick. It's not necessarily dead. It's just not in a great spot. I'll re-enter if the $2 call drops back to 5 cents. Hmm. Not all of the tech money. No, it's not. Regards, Geeky. If we end below DN, do you think we gap down on tomorrow's open? Especially if vol turns up overnight, yeah. A lot more Vega exposure on the market maker. Blood diamonds, same like iPhone? Maybe. If we end below DN, do you think we gap down tomorrow's open? Probably into bonds, yeah. Hmm. Sold puts for tomorrow morning expiry. Nothing to grab overnight. Wait, what? Did I learn correctly that V's don't really happen below DN? Yeah, they're much harder to. There's no market maker buying the dip, right? The market maker is selling the top instead of buying the dip. So you got to push back against the market maker at the bottom, and then if you fail the peak, the market maker is going to dump everything, right? So, um, below DN especially, um, you know, V's start to become like this versus above DN where you get a drop and then the continuation is to the upside. No problem. Which is what we've seen happen, multiple times today, right? Like, if you look, um, see all of the V's fail, right? End of day crystal ball. I'd like to see these short puts get squeezed out. And if that happened, I mean, we could drop as low as like 5,500, which would be cool as shit. Otherwise, we probably just stay right here between 45 and 50. Todd's a coward. Don't call him that. I don't want this to go back to 55.90. I just learned that TOS defaults options buys to 10, and I accidentally bought 10 puts. Luckily, I sold them plus 100%. Nice. That's kind of exactly what they do, and it's super shitty. That's gonna get ugly. Interesting. 1 second. Boop. Nice fast banana. Hmm. Tesla's gonna dump like a fucking rock, isn't it? $5,500 looking more possible? Yeah. There's nothing down here but sold puts, so I mean, it's reasonable to think that we could keep dropping. Careful of the squeeze though, because now that it's all sold puts around spot, a push to the upside will drive an like buy. So make sure if you're gonna like stay short, make sure you're like hedged with something or you have a stop. I first got interested in this trading options idea when you said that people can make money no matter what, even on a falling market. I had no idea, and here we are. Thank you. Thanks, Jen. It's pretty fun, huh? Wife is out of town. What should I have for dinner tonight? Are you normally restricted on your diet? I mean, I guess just eat all the things she won't let you. Wait, you can make money? Yeah. Okay, so when is Tesla gonna just tank back to 150? Because this is bullshit. Carvana's already started dying. Tesla's gotta be next, right? Hmm. Jesus fucking Christ. Tesla bulls are insane. Yeah, it's like under 140. I think it's pretty bad. Hmm. Out of the money calls are fucked. Just go like out of the money debit spreads. Tesla, like September 20. Bear put. Go like 230, 150. 200, 210. Hmm. 230, 250. 235. Hmm. 460 credit, and then if it falls, under 200. Ooh, I like this. Okay. OpenAI is in talks with NVIDIA about developing a new AI chip. Oh, that's not good for NVIDIA. Can you change the platform? I don't like hexagons. They're honeycombs. You stop that? You stop that right now? SS is starting to realize that every day is T35 from 35 days ago. Uh, it's like watching a group of people trapped in a thing that they don't know they're trapped in. It's like a maze of their own stupidity. IWM QQQ or SPX? IWM is probably the most volatile out of those. It's not super correlated. I don't think you get it at all. The asset value of SREF is based on the amount of uranium they're currently holding, right, for sale. It generally fluctuates with uranium prices. Trypophobia is an aversion or repulsion to objects like honeycombs and sponges that have repetitive patterns or clusters of small holes. I see. Sold puts at spot 0 GT. Did you sell your IWM puts? Yeah, I stopped out of them. I had a pretty tight stop on them. Okay, please fix. You're triggering me. This is interesting. How widespread is this phenomenon? Could you use the platform and just never go to that page? Because I'm gonna use those same. It's at least me. I don't plan on going to any pages. I just looked up word chewing, and now I'm filled with immense anger. That's what it's for. Josh hasn't talked to me again. Permission to use a honeycomb pattern on the homepage mockup. Oh, that sounds awesome. How low does SRF need to go for you to pick up more? Probably like 15? 17 or 15? 1550? Permission to remove all honeycomb. It's a pickle jar, not a beehive. We can't just let Popcorn Trader take this away from me. I'm gonna look up how common tryptophobia is. %18 of adults. I've never disbelieved a statistic more than that. It's apparently pretty common. The NCBI has a study. It says about 10 to 18% of adults and up to 17% of children. There's a possible link between other mental health conditions, including depressive disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, social anxiety, and panic disorder. Popcorn, are you a panicky popcorn? Just make them varying sizes of circles instead of honeycombs. Instant 20% reduction in beta users. It's because earnings is coming up, Papa Muff. I'm pretty high strung right now, but we're 8 days till close. And the market's going down. That's gotta be scary. What if they back out? Make them randomly blink like weird eyes. Could a flock of pigeon whales beat 10 T-Rexes? No, but they could shit on them. Chances the bulls pull a reversal down here. Moderate. Tough. Tough to reverse here. Were you right about these grifters all along? Which ones? There's so many. No, the closest I ever came to buying Popcorn's business was when he said I couldn't make returns on his port, and he was trying to bait me into managing his portfolio for him. I haven't been hearing you talk about VIX this, VIX that. What? I have. It's just largely going up. You son of a bitch. Is it weird that Popcorn Trader is about to have as much money as you? No, he's not. He's about to have more money. But I'm cash poor. Like, it's actually really bad right now, but it'll be okay. I have some treasuries rolling off in a few weeks. Oh, I get paid by YouTube at some point, right? I don't know when that happens. You're not any kind of poor. You've forgotten? I'm cash poor. My checking account has like $700 in it right now. I need money in my checking account, Jen. And I'm massively over leveraged on SPX. I have a solution, multiple credit cards. Cash advance fees are so high. This is what I get for putting all my money in fucking treasuries. I have a savings account, but I don't have any checks for it. And it's at a different bank. You beat the annual 29.9% APR with a good SPX 0 DTE play. True. Thanks, Jen. Leverage the house at a fraction of the price to a friend that can loan you the money. I don't want to close my puts. I have a lot of puts. Wire the money? Yeah, I'll probably have to do that. Why don't you have checks for a savings account? Why wouldn't you? You can get checks for all kinds of accounts. I have checks for one of my brokerage accounts. What a simple take. You act like the banking industry's never evolved. Can you not write checks out of your Fidelity account? Again, over leveraged. I mean, it's not over leveraged, but there's no like free cash in it. Everything's in stuff. I've been plowing money into treasuries for like the last like 5 weeks while yields were up, and then I might have plowed too much money into treasuries. It's okay because I have other treasuries rolling off, but I wasn't looking at cash flows. I'm not gonna drive for DoorDash. What instruments do long treasuries with? Treasuries. What are my odds of convincing you to spell it checks? I already spell it that way. I also spell color with a U. I was on your favorites, Popcorn? Fancy boy who went to primary school in England. Yeah. Aluminum? You spelled it aluminum. You forgot the I. How much will Grim2 pay you right now to take off your shirt? Hmm. That's pretty harsh, Popcorn. I'm gonna tell your wife that you're pigging out while she's on vacation. Aluminum? It's a work trip? Whatever. Are you oh wait, are you stuck with Colonel? You guys got a boys weekend? Stuck? Nice. Nah, she took the nanny and Colonel. Oh man. You're gonna have to pay for that. Also, you lose the nanny. Wait, did you end up with the hot nanny or no? Not this week, he didn't. She's like 58. You have a smart wife. Why is Popcorn talking to you when he should have his pants down and a bottle of lotion? His wife just gave birth. He ain't got time for self love. I just assumed that he was talking to me while. No? Isn't that what you guys doing here all day? I know. That's what Farmville's doing right now. Wait, are we supposed to wear pants? No, you don't have to. We need AJ to buy a call with Theta for this thing to have a continuation. Hmm. I bought a 5500p at 5525. Are you proud? Oh. $45. Resistance? Maybe. The reversal? Do we expect vol shorting tomorrow? And this isn't really a reversal. We're still like the market maker is still negative delta on the SPXW chain and negative gamma as well. We're still quite far from a reversal. This is a small bounce. Hmm. I can't decide if Tesla's gonna go back to fucking 270 or down to 200. Did you go longer or shorter dated treasuries? Most recently I've been buying longer on the roll-offs, but the majority of my money is still in like 3 to 6 month treasuries. Bob Newhart, dead at 96. Well, that's old. It seems disrespectful when they manhandle SPX like that, but they didn't get a breakout again. What are your thoughts on the crown? What crown? Like a gold VWAP hat? Seems heavy. What SPX puts do you have? October 4500s. Heavy is the head that wears the. Really? You gotta go and ruin the joke? Thanks, Philly Mike. I also have TQQQ puts for September. Sly Dog, how many? Like 300? They're up like $4 each. Is BNet gonna get options now? I wish. The orders keep getting canceled. Are they on the complex order book? Are you trying to open spreads? That's because your broker misprices options. This broker misprices options. I mean, they all do, but this one does also. Oh, ding ding. Interesting. Closing at 55.45. That's it's not very bullish at all. And another drop today beyond the market maker's expected move. We could find a little bit support on the trend here. But we'll see tomorrow. Futures did ultimately find support a bit lower at like 55.70. But we're still closing in the neutral range. So if we fail this breakout overnight or fail the next test of 56.10, we might get even more downside on this run. It doesn't look like we're getting a lot of capitulation anywhere. and sold calls are building to the upside, but that does open them up to being squeezed. So I would still very much like to see us get below gamma neutral on the monthly, and that's really where things get bearish, right? So we haven't really gotten to the bearish part. We're still quite far away from it, but that's definitely where we'd be looking for things to get really spicy. Commodities down again today. Still struggling a bit. Yields and dollar pushing back though, especially after 10-year inflation expectations rose a little bit on today's tips auction. We're still not in a bearish zone. We're below the monthly DN and GN, right? But this can bounce back really easily. We're not below the monthly gamma neutral yet, and delta neutral's all the way the fuck down here. This would be really bearish. Now, as price drops, this will move up, right? But still a long way away. Diamond top. God damn it. Actually, we could get one, but that might mean retesting the highs. Happy with gains today. Nice. Core 1 month and 3 month still both breaking down even further today. If we go out here to like the 1 hour, you can kind of see that turnaround. I mean, this is we're kind of just back to the point where you know the dispersion was already ridiculous. So this hasn't really like really broken down yet. They're still holding on. But it has been breaking down consistently, which is maybe a good sign. But as far as like long-term correlation, we're very, very far away from it. We saw the USD JPY trade get levered up today with the rising dollar. That started kind of happening right around the time we pushed up through positive convexity on the forward yield of volatility. So and you know that's starting to get crushed a little bit. At least it's not going much higher. It's still below the risk-free rate. But it did close the day positive, which opens up quite a bit of risk for tomorrow. Netflix missed earnings. Oh, it's just like I don't think they've reported anything yet. Bond vol pretty flat. Little bit of tail risk hedging picking up. 80% of the S&P still above its 20-day moving average. Ooh, that's fun. So yesterday we were down to about 10% correlation between cash VIX and VIX futures. Now we're up to 13.87%, which is actually higher than where we started the week before they shorted vol. So the push back against the drop and the increase in short vol today really let go, right? And you know we saw that as the short puts got squeezed out this morning, but you know we're also not seeing them push down volatility into the end of the day, and so it does look like some of that short vol is coming apart. Did they beat on earnings, miss on EPS? And a little bit of rate cuts priced out with the tips auction today as well, down to 0.63 by Jan of next year. So on the technical side, we did lose that long-term support, and we lost 570, which is that first CTA level. Now, you know, 52.23 is moderately important. It's, I believe it's the prior. Now it's on the weekly. Hold on. It was the like end of like last month of June high. Probably not as important as last month's low. down at 54.46, but we found support on it, which makes it far more important. So we'd want to see a push down through this 55.23 level locally, and that would open up that test at 5446. 5446 is the next CTA level, and that's where we would start to see probably a more significant sell-off. Remember, CTAs are still massively over leveraged, like, you know, some 200 odd billion overweight. And they would be selling those equities if those triggers are hit. And you know, on the 1 month, that standard deviation is about 3.5%. Which is, yeah, pretty close to there. So like 54.70, and then the technical level would be 46. But depending on where they went long, right? If they went long back here, you know, that might be a little bit lower. Like down at 53.75. So between 46 and 75, CTA selling will pick up. Anyway, I think that's about it. Some of the memes turned around. That's because IWM started falling. Fubo actually just kind of stayed flat day over day. And it's still picking up IV going into earnings. Beyond bounced back from its sell-off overnight, but earnings are about 2 weeks out. We did see some shorting into the end of the day, but so far up until then, we've been seeing a decent amount of covering. GoEV also failed with the dump in IWM, and it looks like they're shorting that dump. Yeah, that's about it. Oh, BNED ran up a bit today. Tapped $11 before selling off a little. Still no options on it, but it does look like it might run. From a liquidity standpoint, it's getting some covering and it's pretty illiquid, so it may see a continuation. I would say the next upside levels are like 12 and like 16. Netflix guided EPS beat expectations as well. Let's see what Netflix is doing. Revenues up 16%. Operating income up 42%. Net income up 44%. Diluted EPS 48.3. Operating margin up 4.9%. Global streaming paid memberships up 16%. Net margin 22.5. Free cash flow 1.21 billion. Repurchased 2.6 billion shares for 1.6 billion. Expecting lower paid net additions compared. So forecast is growth of 14% year over year. Expecting lower paid net additions compared to quarter three. So that's why it's not reacting positively. Because they're guiding down a little bit. But it shouldn't be that negative. Maybe no one cares. I mean, it's already priced in for better earnings than they're projecting for Q3. Anyway, that's it. Netflix didn't guide down last quarter, so but guiding down this quarter could Could be kind of meh. Yeah, they guided down, I know. All right, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at market open, hopefully. I hope everybody has a great night. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.